Hello. Oh, how loud am I? Jesus. Oh, maybe that might actually be better. Hopefully, I'm not too loud. Uh, Mr. Taters, thank you so much for that donation. I really, really appreciate it. Um, I don't know if you were in the chat or not, but I did see the donation. Um, and actually, that reminded me that I can probably get a Hi, Pee. Dog just walked into the room. Um, I can probably get like an overlay element, um, just to show the goal. Um, Stream alerts? No. Buttons and widgets. Donation widget. Ooh, actually, hold on. A donation widget? Floating button. Donation panel. Um... Oh, this might have to go on my actual Twitch page. Hold on a second. That's not what I wanted. An alert overlay? No. That's what I want. This overlay. Goal. There we go. Copy. And then I should be able to just make that in Streamlabs. Actually, hold on. Maybe in... Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Enable custom code. Oh wait, no, that's not code. Hold on. No, that's not what I want. That's cancel. Oh no, it's gone now. Shit. Subscription goal, properties, and oh god, what did I do? Visual settings, source. Oh, and it disable custom code. I don't know why I'm saying it like that. Code. Done. Properties. Daily sub goal. We'll just say 5. Oh, 25. There we go. No, I wanted to add a different... It might be a... I think it has to be a browser source. Add new source. Kofi goal. There we go. And we'll just put it up there. And then I think I can carry it over here. Add source. Uh, browser source, add source, Kofi goal. And put it at the top. Let's fit to screen. And hopefully that doesn't get too much in the way. And then go to my Twitch dashboard. Actually, no, I need the page. Sorry, we are gonna do some game development stuff. I just want to make sure that I take care of this now that I'm thinking about it. And the fact that I saw a widget thing. Now that I'm thinking about it. The fact. Extension manager? Shit. No, I don't need my Twitter timeline on there. Settings? No, it needs to be my channel. Oh, I guess I can get that. That doesn't necessarily need to be there, though. Oh, here we go. Edit. Fuck, that's the broadcast. Edit panels. Kofi goal. Nope. Wait. How do I get the widget? Buttons and widgets. Kofi button. Ah, oh, fuck off. Kofi button. I don't know how to... Oh, do I just do it, like, right in Streamlabs, then? Like, if I take... Oh, full screen? Oh, that's gonna end up being way too small. Oh, let's, transform... Fit to screen. Yeah. We don't need to do that. Later. Your page. Copy. Where does this actually go? It just goes to my page. That's fine. But we'll put that here. Help me rebuild my savings. Actually, They probably do have images in the settings, right? Maybe Explorer? No. Stream alerts, buttons and widgets. A WordPress plugin, no. Stream alerts, no. Discord, no. They do commissions. I don't do commissions. Hold on. Whatever. That's too big. I need it. What is it? Images will be scaled to 320. Oh, okay. Then it doesn't matter. Copy image. Add image. Ha! Just kidding. Save image. Sorry guys, 1 second. Oh, kofi. This PC. Quick access. Recent. Kofi. PNG. There. Uh-oh, I didn't just get disconnected, did I? Fuck. No, it seems to be fine. Hopefully it stays that way. Oh, okay. Okay, hopefully that looks better. Whatever. Okay, it's there now. Okay, now that I'm kind I'm kind of done playing around with that. Okay. So I've got that, and it should carry over from one screen to the next. It does. Cool. All right. We're ready to get back into game development stuff. So we left off doing something yesterday, but I actually continued working on stuff after stream. We were working on the bonus features from Unit 6? Challenge 5? It was in Unit 5. Yeah, Unit 5 bonus features. We were working on the bonus features, and I started finishing them up off camera. So that's where we're kind of left off. So I'm just going to start the stopwatch or the timer for this work. For those that don't know, I track how much time that I'm spending on practicing game dev stuff just to hold myself accountable. With me getting a job outside the industry, I still want to make sure that I hold myself accountable for spending 2 or 3 hours every day. Within reason. If there's a day where I'm like extremely tired, then I'll just be like, I'm not gonna force myself to push through 2 or 3 hours of stuff if I'm already tired, Uh, but I still want to hold myself accountable to doing that stuff to the best of my ability. Um, just so I don't like stop doing it, because if I don't know, if I give myself too much free time, then I will just stop practicing coding and working on my own games. And that's not something I want to do. I want to make sure that I'm still continuing to work on stuff. Okay. So where we left off was, sorry, I want to bring up the other chats. Okay. Yeah, so where we left off yesterday, I actually finished the... What was this? What was the hard one? The pause menu stuff. And the way that they actually had it coded in the directions, it wasn't done. Because you could pause... If you paused, you could still click stuff in the background. So I added some stuff in just to check for that. So that it checks that the game is active. But if the game is active and not paused, allow clicking the objects. I also have a volume button, or a volume slider now. I apologize for how loud that was. But yeah, now we have lives, we can blow these up, and we can pause. And it doesn't let us click anything while the game is paused. Oops. And then, if 3 balls fall to the bottom, which I will let it, game over, and the game stops. For some reason, I'm still able to pause, though. And the volume value doesn't carry over from one scene to the next. Which is fine. But that is something to think about. That I would want to fix. But this is what we're going to work on next. And actually, I kind of already did something. Well, not this specifically, but... one sec. Hang on 1 second. I forgot to bring up the YouTube chat. I forgot to bring up the YouTube chat. I don't need that unmuted. Where is that? Oh. Nope. Pop out chat. Put that in a separate window. There we go. That's all I needed. Oh. Okay, so now we're going to work on this click and swipe. And I don't really know the first thing on how to do this, other than I know that you want to get pointer to world or screen to world space or something. But we're going to do something. This is something a little bit more involved than what I'm used to. So I'm just going to follow along in the directions because it looks like a lot. But then we'll have this as code reference, probably not for the current project that we're working on, but as a code reference for like a project that I want to work on later, then for sure. Okay. That's not what I wanted. I still don't understand why the multi-stream doesn't work, but yeah, so we're just going to follow the directions. So, in the project window, navigate to the scripts folder, right-click, and select Create C# script. Name the script Click and Swipe. Project. Scripts. Click and swipe. All right, and we're going to open that. Why is that so small? Oh God, why is it like that? There we go. What is going on? What? What? Was I messing with that? I hope I wasn't. Okay. Open up the script by double-clicking it. Before the class definition, add require component type of trail renderer, type of box collider. This code will ensure that a trail renderer and box collider are on the game object this script is attached to. Okay. So before the class definition, that's what, up here? Whoops. I'm going to put Streamlabs over there. My Discord does not need to be open. Say that again. Require component type of trail renderer. Okay, so brackets require component type of trail renderer. What is a trail renderer? Trail renderer is used to make trails behind objects in the scene as they move about. Okay. And type of box collider. right. This code will ensure that a trail render and box collider on the game object the script is attached to. Okay. Why does that need to be required? Next, we will define the variables needed for the script. So we need our game manager, we need a reference to the camera, and we need our mouse's position as a vector 3. So private game manager, we'll just call it game manager like they do. Private camera. I'm just going to call it camera. Come on. Can I not call it camera? Oh, maybe not. Oh, no, we can. Okay. Make field read. No, don't do that. Ugh. Whatever. And then private vector 3. Private vector 3. Mouse position. And then we need the trail renderer and then the box collider. Trail. Private. Box collider. I'm just going to call it collider. Or we'll just call it col. We'll just call it like that. Sorry, I occasionally want to make sure that I'm looking at chat in case someone is saying something. I don't want you guys to feel ignored if you're talking. But otherwise, lurk away. Private bool, swiping. Equals false. I'm guessing that will be true when we're clicking and moving around. Basically going to be able to make a clone of... I mean, we basically are kind of making a clone of Fruit Ninja. Just not as intricate as far as that slicing mechanic works. I mean, I guess functionally it would be. It's just, it wouldn't be splitting the fruit where you're swiping. Okay. Rename the start method to awake. We will use this to initialize our variables as they are all private. Okay. I'm also checking this down here because yesterday it kept climbing and like killing the stream. I ended up ending stream and restarting it, and this cleaned up. I don't know what was going on. Something was happening where it was like a bit of a memory leak, because this would keep climbing while I was live, and that's never happened before. So I don't know if it was like a memory leak or like something wasn't cleaning up while I was live and it was killing the stream. It might have been something that Streamlabs was doing, but But after I killed the stream and restarted it yesterday, it was fixed. So if that happens again, I'll probably end stream and restart it. But otherwise, I think we're okay right now. Alright, rename start to awake. What exactly is the difference between awake and start? What is... Awake is called when the script instance is... Oh, when the script instance is being loaded. Okay. Versus at the beginning of whenever the game starts. Okay, that does make a pretty large difference, actually. Okay, so now we need to initialize all of our variables. So cam is the main camera. Camera dot main. Our trail equals get component. Oh, getting this object's trail renderer. I've never even heard of a trail renderer before. That could come in handy. Col equals get box collider trail trail dot enabled equals false. Col dot enabled equals false. And then game manager, right, equals game object find. And I'm pretty sure it's just game manager. Yeah. Just wanted to make sure that mine had the same name as the one in the directions. What is happening here? Oh, whoops. Dot get component game manager. Nope, game manager. There we go. Confused there for a second. We used them for sword blade trails and one of the dash trails for the indie game I worked on prior to Evolution, if I remember correctly. That's dope. I was just thinking about that because the game that I'm working on right now, the one that we'll be working on probably in a little bit once we finish this exercise, we'll go back to the other game. I wonder if I can put that on the back of the rocket instead of having like a... Or I could make a smoke trail. Either way, if I wanted to do a melee weapon, like a baseball bat or something as an ability, then that trail could be used behind the bat. Or some melee weapon in general. Like, I didn't even know that was a thing. I thought it would be like a particle effect that you would have to make. I didn't realize that something like that was already built into Unity. That's kind of cool. Now we're going to set up the game object to move with the mouse position. I see what it's doing. We're not making the mouse the object. We're attaching a box collider to the mouse's position, and it'll show up wherever the mouse is when you're clicking. That's interesting. Depends on what effect you're trying to achieve. Definitely good for melee weapons. Could work on a rocket trail if you want something kind of cartoony. I don't know if I want this to be cartoony or not. I haven't really decided on an art style for it. But either way, I'm probably gonna have to like download free assets or buy assets later when I can afford to. But if I want this to be like a complete game to put on Steam or something, but I don't really know if that's the goal with this. It's mostly just a practice prototyping and put something into my portfolio. But yeah, I'm kind of thinking if I went with something a little bit more cartoony, that would work, like you said. But otherwise, there's already a smoke trail that I used in one of the other projects, but it's from a team or a company that Unity partnered with for the tutorials. And they are available for commercial. Those assets are available for commercial use, but you have to buy the pack. Yeah, like I'd have to buy a license for those assets if I want to sell anything with those assets in it. Which is still a good place to start because then that's a whole company who has a ton of different packs of usable assets. I don't think all of them are available for commercial use upon purchase, but still. Alright, so now we're going to set up the game object to move with the mouse position. Below the update method, write the following. So update mouse position. So we're going to write our own method. Whoops. I need to move this over a little bit. There we go. So void update. No, what the hell? Update mouse position. So mouse position equals Humble Bundle is a pretty good place for game assets depending on what you're looking for. Kind of dangerous though. I've bought a fair amount of packs just for sound effects that I haven't used yet. But I think they'll be useful later. I mean, I feel like it wouldn't be any different from how recklessly I purchase games on Steam. half of my collection I've never even downloaded to my computer, let alone played. But it's like I don't care that much because then it's like I have this massive collection that I could use on a rainy day of games that it's like I can look through my library and go, oh, I didn't know I had this game, and just play it. Or if I have a bunch of Unity packs or assets saved somewhere, I can start looking around and run into something that I'm like that I really want to look for, that I was really looking for, and I just so happen to already have it. But Humble Bundle, I'll have to look into that then. I didn't realize you could buy assets off of there. I knew that you could get like games and stuff from there, but I guess I haven't used it enough to really know what they have to offer. Screen to world point, that's right. Nope. World point. And we want new vector 3. And that'll be the mouse position input dot wait a second. Dot X input dot mouse position dot Y, then 10F 10.0F. Oh no, I guess that still wouldn't have worked. Sorry, I was thinking about something that I coded for the. Or I didn't write it myself. I found someone else's code, and sort of rearranged it to integrate it directly into my player controller, in our project that we've been working on for streams. Um, I think this I think is what I think I wanted when I had to find that raycast thing. Yeah, our raycast works fine for it. Not directly, I don't think, but they might now. But usually they have some sort of game asset bundle going on in their software bundle section. Got to be careful with some of those too, though, since sometimes the codes for the assets can expire, which is dumb. So best to redeem them as soon as you can. Oh, I gotcha. That makes sense. Oops, I forgot to warn about the ad break. Okay, transform dot position equals mouse position. Screen to world will convert the screen position of the mouse to a world position. The reason we use 10F on the Z-axis is because the camera has the Z position of minus 10F. Wait, what? It's because the camera has the Z position of minus 10F. Well, if I'd known that... Does it actually? Oh, I guess. Okay. Okay. While we are creating new methods, let's create one that will be used to update the trail renderer and box collider. In this method, we will just set the enabled state to whatever the swiping boolean is. Oh, I see. Update components. Okay, because these are both bool, and it'll follow... It'll just be based off of the boolean of swiping. So void update components. Oh, I don't really want that. Trail dot enabled equals swiping. No, swiping. And col dot enabled equals swiping. What? What does that do? Cool. Let's set let's set up these methods within the update method. We will want to only set swiping to true when the left mouse button is held down. If swiping is true, we will update the mouse position. So, if game manager dot is game active, so if the game is currently live, swiping equals true, update components. What is that? Update. Hello? Update components. Else, if wait, what? Oh, just kidding. Hold on. I missed a step. This is all in if, right? Yeah, okay. So if input dot get button down, no, not button, key down, key code dot mouse 0. Isn't that the left mouse? What is... Was that essentially doing this? I think that's doing the same thing. Get mouse button down 0. What? Get key down keycode dot mouse 0. I think that's the same thing. I'm just going to do that. Else if input dot get key up, keycode dot mouse 0. Why are you doing that? What? Oh, that's why. It might help if, there we go. Might help if that's in the parentheses. Oh, wait a minute. That needs to be inside here. Else if input dot get key up, key up, mouse, key code dot mouse 0, swiping equals, oh my god, swiping, come on, swiping equals false, and update components. There we go. And then if let's add a little bit more space. If swiping, and then this is where we're going to draw the trail, or not. Oh yeah, it would. If swiping, update mouse position. Right, because that's... That's essentially getting and updating where the mouse position is. The last thing we will need to do within this script is call the onCollisionEnter Unity method. When we collide with something, we will check if it's a target. Okay? And if it is a target, we run all of the code for destroying the target, essentially. Oh, void onCollisionEnter. If collision dot game object dot get component target. So I think that checks. Does that just check if it has the target script on it? I think it does. But wait, we currently don't have a public method in the target.cs script that allows us to destroy the object. You're right, we don't. Not a public method, at least. We do have this. So we can essentially take all of this and put it into a destroy. This is Animal Crossing, right? Yeah, Bubblegum KK. It's a beautiful day outside right now. I am seeing some clouds in the distance a little bit, though. Yeah. Whatever. Open up the target script after the onTriggerEnter method. Oh, wait. onTriggerEnter method. Create a new public method called destroyTarget. Okay. Public void destroy target. We already have all of the functionality we need within the onMouseDown method, so copy that into destroy target. Oh, all of it. Boom. The method should look like this. And it does. Comment out the onMouseDown method as we no longer need it in our game. Okay. Save target.cs and head back to the click and swipe.cs script and update the on collision enter method to look like the following. Yeah, so we're essentially taking all of that and just calling collision dot game object dot get component target dot destroy target. Save all the scripts and head back to Unity. We'll now set up the game object that will hold the click and swipe.cs script. In the hierarchy, right click and select create empty. Rename the new game object to swiper object, and then click add component and search for click and swipe. Add this component to the game object. Rename the game object to swiper object. And then we're going to add the click and swipe. Whoa, that's cool. So because the code was requiring those components, it automatically creates those components on whatever object you give that script to. So it's got a trail renderer now, automatically, and a box collider automatically. That's kind of cool. I didn't even know you could do that. Add this to the game object. Yep. The script should have automatically added a box collider and trail renderer to the game object. Let's adjust the trail renderer. Change the start width to 0.4. Double click at the end of the line to create a second marker. Move this to be at 0.0. Oh, I see what it's doing. Oh, that's cool. So that will essentially have it dissipate. Because the 1.0, okay, so this is the width. So this kind of defines how the trail sort of shrinks toward the back. Okay. Okay. This is cool. I've never worked with this before. And you can have different materials on it? Oh, okay. Okay. Next, let's adjust the time property. This will determine how long the trail appears on the screen. We set our time property to 0.25. We'll also add a material to the trail by finding the material property and clicking the circle selector next to it. Assign it the default line material. Default line. Time 0.25. How long the tail should be. In seconds. So 0 to infinity. Basically just has no limitations on how long you want it to be there. Okay. We can also adjust the color of the tail by double-clicking the color field. Doing so will show a color gradient window. We adjust our color to blue to have a blue to white gradient for the trail. I did blue to light blue. The last thing we need to do is adjust the sides of the box collider. We adjusted ours to be 0.5 on each axis. What the fuck is going on here? It's gonna be loud, sorry. I can turn the volume down. Hold on. If it wants to play. Okay, something's going on here. Notice how the trail follows the mouse. Yes, I do. What I don't understand is that it's not letting me blow up the target. Swiper object. Oh, wait. 0, 0, 0. Right. Hold on a second. Point 0.5, and then all zeros. Maybe that was the problem? There we go. It was off center, that's why. Alright, I don't like the width of that. I'm going to bring it down more. What did they have it at? 0.4, roughly? Yeah, we'll do that. I would also rather this be white. I think that probably looks better, a little better. And actually, let's make this light blue. Just because I want to be different from them, I guess. Yeah. Aw. Hell yeah. And you can pause. Oh boy. Oh boy, that's causing some problems. Oh no. If we click, it keeps the whole trail. When we're pausing. Okay. Well, that needs to be fixed. Okay, we got it working though. I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to fix the pause problem. That's why you test your work. Not that it's like breaking the game, but actually, hold on. What were to happen if we whoops. If we play the game, turn the volume down, medium, we pause the game and continue drawing. And then unpaused it. Okay, it doesn't really make a difference. Either way, that's something that we're going to fix next. But yeah, I'm going to take a break so I can go to the bathroom and take something for a headache that I'm starting to get. And just kind of stretch my legs. But when we come back, we'll fix that bug. And then this will essentially be done. And I think I'll put it in my portfolio and just say, like, I followed along with this tutorial and made this game. And showcased what I learned from it, I guess. I don't know. Okay. Sorry, I like lost my train of thought there. But yeah, we're gonna take a break. Um, and we'll be back in like 10 or 15 minutes. And we'll figure out what we're doing next. Okay, I'm back. And my neighbor is mowing their lawn now, so that's probably gonna end up in the microphone. Hopefully, it's not too bad. But there's not really much I can do about it. All right. Let's get back to the game. So, oh my god, that is real loud. It's not that bad? Okay, cool. Also, hello. Welcome in. Good to see you. Okay, so we just got this working. This bonus feature here. Heads up, music's gonna be loud. I'm gonna turn it down. There we go. We have a working volume button. And now we have this working. But the problem that we're having right now we're maybe not talking as much. Ah, you're good. I appreciate the lurk. So the problem we have right now is this. It doesn't hit any of the it doesn't hit any of the objects while the game is paused, but it still draws while it's paused. So I'm gonna try to fix that. We do have the game manager, so so if game manager dot is game active and game manager game manager dot is paused, and if the game manager is not paused, then do all that stuff. So now if I pause it, there we go. Uh-oh. So we have another problem. If you pause it and then unclick, it thinks you're still holding it down. But then as soon as you unclick, so that mostly fixes it. It is what it is. But yeah. We fixed it. Okay. So that is done. And we can save that for later. Medium. Oh yeah, we did do that. And we also did hard. Hell yeah. And we can save that for later. Okay. We did the bonus features. Mark this as completed. We did it. Okay, why are you doing that? Bonus, the game can go on forever. Oh, completed. So, what have we learned? Skills practiced. Control the execution of code with common logic structures. Compose scripts that utilize various APIs. Implement appropriate data types. Write code that integrates into an existing system. Cultivate a code style that is efficient and easy to read. Prototype new concepts. And then level 1, debugging. Diagnose and fix code that compiles but fails to perform as expected. Diagnose and fix common compilation errors. And diagnose and fix the cause of an exception. Clear instructions. Submit feedback. So now, we move on to the next item. Swap out your assets. Sorry, I just like totally blanked out for a second there. This should take an hour and 30 minutes-ish. In this lab, you will finally replace those boring primitive objects with beautiful dynamic ones. You will either use assets from the provided course library or browse the asset store for completely new ones that give your game, or to give your game exactly the look and feel you want. Then, you will go through the process of actually swapping in those new assets in the place of your placeholder primitives. By the end of this lab, your project will be looking a lot better. Project outcome, all primitive objects are replaced by actual 3D models, retaining the same basic gameplay functionality. So we're going to listen to the video.
This is a very exciting moment. We've worked on these projects for all this time, using those, let's face it, kind of boring primitive shapes. It takes a lot of professionalism and self-control to do that. So I think it's about time we received our well-deserved reward. By the end of this lesson, we will have replaced all of those primitive objects with beautiful 3D artwork. When it comes to choosing the artwork for your project, you'll have access to the entire course library, which is filled with amazing vehicles, characters, animals, props, particles, and textures. But in addition to all of those, we'll also browse the Unity Asset Store for even more options. The Unity Asset Store is filled with free and paid content that you can download and import into your project. There's so much amazing stuff on there that it will be tempting to go crazy, downloading a ton of random stuff and throwing it into your project just because you can. But there are two really important things to keep in mind before you do that. First, you want the art style of your project to be consistent. So combining the more stylized characters we've used up to this point with photorealistic ones would look awful. Second, you want your project to run smoothly without a lot of lag by using lightweight, simple assets. The more fancy, high-resolution assets you add, the slower your project will run. So we're going to try and stick with simple, consistent assets that will make our projects look great. And to make all that happen, I'll see you in Unity.
Okay. Oop.
So we have a lot of our gameplay set up now, so we can move around and dodge all of these enemy obstacles coming our way. We can grab these power-ups. Now let's get started from moving our project from a prototype to a bit more complete project. To do that, we'll need to import our assets that we're going to use. Now, under this video, you'll find a link to download the course asset library, which you can download and import into your project. Once it's been imported, you will find the course library folder in your project window. And now in our course library, we can take a look at all of the different options that we have to use in our project. So for now, just go take a look at all the different assets that you can use. And think about which ones you're going to start using to replace all of the different things in your scene. Like in my case, the walls, my player, my prefabs, and my power-up. So that way it fits the design of the game I was looking to create. So what you're going to do is click on the link to download the course library asset files and then import them into your project. And then you can take a look at that library inside of the project window to find different assets to replace with your player and non-player objects. Now it's your turn.
Okay. So we're going to click... first off, we're going to close out this project. Actually, you know what? Before we do anything, we're going to go into build settings. Add open scenes. We're going to make a build. Create with code. Unity learning builds. Builds. New folder. Prototypes. Clicky crates. And we're going to make a build. Because I'm going to put on itch.io and just describe that it's a... I probably shouldn't be making a build while I'm live. That's probably not great for my computer. I just realized that. It's fine. Whoa. It is slowing down, though. It's almost done, though. Just give it a second. Okay, it's done. And then we'll just call it Clicky Crates. Clicky Crates underscore data. And hopefully that so loud and annoying. But we can play the game. And it generates a score and everything. And then if we let it fall, game over, and we can't do anything else. Restart. We do it on hard mode. It is a little annoying that the volume every stream there's something. I'll tell you what. And he's like right by the window too. Something that still isn't... I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought. It isn't overbearing. It's very loud for me. But I'm glad that it's not like getting picked up by the mic too aggressively. But I did just lose my train of thought. Oh, I remember. The volume doesn't save upon restarting the game. Or reloading the scene, so that is one frustrating thing, I guess, but I don't think there's much I can do about it right now. I mean, I could mess around with it, but I don't really want that to be a priority right now. So we're going to close the prototype project. Now that I have a build for that, I can put it in on itch.io and on my... Gonna need to make a save file of some sort for that. Yeah, or just like a save file that just kind of stores the volume or something. I've never made a save file before in my life, so all I know is it would need to store the volume data, the volume value, so that when you restart the game, the value is being pulled from that rather than the game itself. And then that's just stored somewhere or something. But yeah. Okay. I think it was Lab 2 was my game. I'm starting to get hungry. This music is making me want to play Animal Crossing again. Alright, we're just waiting for this to load in. Alright, well, while we're waiting for that, so much laundry. I gotta do some laundry too. My girlfriend and I both need to do laundry. Or at least we both need laundry done, rather. I did a load of my stuff just because my stuff was the only stuff in the hamper that I pulled the laundry load from. But I did that recently just because I ran out of socks, so I needed to do a load of laundry with a bunch of socks in it. But I need to do a bunch of other laundry too. And probably clean our sheets too. But yeah, we've been getting like, not, you guys might have seen, like, I don't know if you guys follow me on Twitter or not, but I tweeted like a little bit ago that we were just constantly being bombarded with rain and like flash floods where I am, like 3 or 4 days in a row or something, or maybe it was 2 or 3 days in a row. I had a day off yesterday. We go to a laundromat, which is why we avoid doing ours. Ugh, I hate that. Thankfully, I've never had to experience that. My girlfriend has, but I haven't. I've always had a washer and dryer in my unit. But her old apartment, I basically like moved into that apartment like a few months ago. Oh God, like half a year ago almost. And she didn't have laundry like in her apartment, but it was in her building, and we literally shared a wall with it. I know, me too. The weather has been brutal. But yesterday I finally got around to mowing our lawn. And then I was supposed to go down to Champaign again today to get a bunch of the rest of my stuff for my old apartment, and I ended up not. So it'll probably be sometime next week. I gotta go down and get my bookshelf and stuff. But I almost have all my stuff moved, so... And I should have done that months ago, but I just never got around to it. Okay. So this is what we're looking at right now. This is where I left off. We have a score. What is going on with you people? What's going on with you? Why is that still... Why is he stuck? Yeah, like, what is going on here? He's like halfway in the ground. Is it part of the spawn manager? We ran into this problem before. Oh, that's on start. It's because they're spawning in at 0. We had this problem before and I don't think I ever fixed it. I'd like to fix that. Decided to stay at the laundromat since it doesn't take super long in the washer. Excuse me, that makes sense. We have a washer and dryer here. We almost would have had to go to the laundromat, but my parents ended up buying us a full laundry set, like a washer and a dryer. And they said it was a housewarming gift. It's like a housewarming gift is you buy a plant that we can put on a windowsill, not buy us a whole ass washer and dryer set. Yeah, it was very, very nice of them. They spend a lot of money on me. I'm very fortunate to have had parents that were well off, to say it lightly, I guess. I mean, they're not rich by any means, but they're also not, like, struggling. Oh shit, I forgot about Prime Day. Is that still going on? Hold on. Learn more. Bunch of stuff are off for Prime Day. There's actually a desk that I have in my wish list. I should see if it's... Oh, maybe it's not in my wish list. Recent price increase. Nah. It's not off, I guess. I thought it would be, What the fuck? Hold on one second. I'm gonna pause. I just realized I got sidetracked. Hold on one second. I'm gonna break away for just a second. We're not taking a break. I'm just gonna check something. I ended up buying myself Switch tester sets for my new keyboard. I made sure to double check the price history because Amazon sellers like jack prices before the sale. Yeah, I think that's what happened with this desk that I'm looking at. But give me one second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I was checking something, and I didn't want to share sensitive information. Ouch. No, Lulu, it's not dinner time yet. Okay. So they currently spawn at 0. What if I just said spawn at, like, 3? Will they drop? Sorry, Lulu's drinking water. I'm curious if that will do anything. Well, now they're all floating. Hold on. Well, if they freeze their position on Y... See, now that's a little bit better. Other than they still, like, randomly run away from me. Okay, well. We got that working a little bit better now. Click to download the course library assets. Extract the compressed folder and then import the Unity package. It's gonna be big. Recent. Quick access. That's not what I need. Downloads. Extract all. Browse. Extract. That would be create with code, course library. Assets. Import package, custom package. Create with code, create with code. Library, the entire library. We don't need any vehicles. Ground will keep. No. We'll keep the particles. We don't really need any of those props. Pickups we don't really need. Obstacles will take. Because I'm thinking if I want to mess around with like a nav mesh, having obstacles like that could come in handy. I don't really need food. I don't know what any of these are. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, those are the fonts. We don't really need the fonts. Sky, no. background. Yeah, sure. Backgrounds, we don't really... No, we don't need those backgrounds. We'll keep the characters because it's a bunch of character models. We'll take all the audio sounds just because. We don't need any forest animals or farm animals or dogs. We'll keep the textures. Alright, the rest we'll keep. And that'll all be in the course library. Can I even make a nav mesh in here? Not UI, not video, not audio. 3D object. Nav mesh agent, nav mesh obstacle. Alright, well, we downloaded this. Replace player with new asset. Oh, I forgot to restart the timer. Yeah, isn't there a way to do nav mesh? Singleton class to access the baked mesh. This is legacy documentation, though. What's the current version? Ah! Oh, okay. Nav mesh. Oh, it is all legacy. Oh no, this is 2022. Okay, this is what I wanted. Because if I'm just trying to think, if I want them to avoid obstacles. Like the zombies to avoid obstacles. Yeah, we'll worry about that later. Hold on. Well, we'll worry about that later. Let's focus on just finishing this.
Now we have our assets imported and ready to go. The first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to replace our player object with one of these assets. Now in order to do that, we're actually going to turn the player into a prefab first.
So now you can see that player ball has been added as a prefab in the prefabs folder. If I double click on player, it then opens up prefab mode. So now in our scene, we have that prefab view, and you can see our ball here, our sphere. Now what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to select one of my animals here, and I'll pick a forest animal. So in my forest animals, I have all these different options. I have doe, foxes, moose, stags. So I think I'm going to take one of these stags. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to left click on this animal stag asset and drop it into the hierarchy where our player prefab is open. Now you can see that our animal stag has now become a child of our original player object. You can even see the ball is still at the bottom, and we have the stag here. So what's happening here is actually something called nesting prefab. So we have this prefab here that's a child of an original object, and in fact, because the animal stag is a prefab, if we ever were to make changes to our animal stag, for example, it would actually add those changes into this prefab here. So it's kind of cool. You can use this to some really cool effects, like if you want a tree that has some mushrooms around it or something like that, and you want to change some of the mushrooms themselves. Nested prefabs can allow you to do some really cool things, so you can kind of create these mass set pieces using a lot of different prefabs, and then just have one prefab to hold it all. You'll notice in the game view that our stag here was added to our scene. It's a little large, it's much larger than our ball is, so we're actually going to scale this down quite a bit. Maybe it's do like 4 times as much on each. That's very small. Let's do 6 times. Okay, cool, not too bad. Looks pretty good. Now, one of the issues with our stag here is that it actually does not have a collider on it. So in fact, we'll need to add a collider. So with our animal stag selected, we add a component, and we'll add a box collider. Now you can see that the box collider size is incredibly large, so we're going to fix that really quick. So I'm actually going to select the Edit Collider button, and now I can actually click on these little dots here. And then line it up appropriately. Cool, and then we'll just do the same thing on the sides. So now we have our box collider here so that we can track our collisions again. And it's at a good size. I'll uncheck the Edit Collider box. Now in order to make this player ball disappear, we can actually just select the player, the parent object. Under player, we can uncheck the mesh render, and actually that will remove that ball from our scene. We don't actually need that sphere collider there anymore because we have that collider on our stag prefab, so we'll remove that. And then the one thing that we'll do is on our animal stag, I'm going to add this bouncy material that I created. So now the bouncy material is applied to the stag itself. So now if I leave our prefab mode by clicking on the arrow, you'll see my stag is now in the center of my scene. And if I press play, we'll see what happens. You can see that it has this cool running animation. Let's see what happens when we hit. Oh, oh, oh. Cool. So the bounciness works. Might need to play around with some of the movement. I think I might have broken something. It might be a little bit too far into the ground or something. And then actually, I think what I want to do is I might have to constrain the rotation of this stag, because if I run into something, I think it turns a little bit. Yep, and then it has this weird side angle, and that definitely looks a little strange at some point. Oh, definitely kind of funny though, but It looks weird on so
The
on
video is a little quiet.
I'm just sideways.
I don't know how to change that.
Cool. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to take your player object from your scene in your hierarchy, drag it into the prefabs folder so you can make a player prefab. Double click on the player prefab so that it opens up the prefab mode. In prefab mode, you're then going to go into
That
the
should
course
be a little bit
library
better.
folder that we imported. Go under animals, select something that you want to use, or you can even use a character, whichever one fits your game. Vehicles, whatever it may be. In my case, I chose animals because this is like our deer here running through a valley. Drag whichever asset you want to use into the hierarchy. It will actually nest underneath that player object. So it's helpful because now we don't need to use that sphere anymore. We can just use our chosen asset. If you want to remove your original sphere from the game, just select the player object, uncheck the sphere collider and the mesh renderer so that both disappear. And then make sure on the asset you've imported that you apply a box collider or a capsule collider or a ball collider, whichever one fits with the shape of whatever you're working with. When you exit your prefab mode, you can see that the asset you've chosen is now in the scene, and then when you press play, you can test it out and see if you need to edit anything. Now it's your turn.
Makes sense to me. Okay. So in our game, let's find the player. We're gonna open it in isolation. Hold on. Let's open it in isolation. Prefab. Isolation. And for the mesh, we're going to choose course library, characters, town. Uh-oh. His materials are missing. Oh, no, they're not. Then we'll just shrink this down a little bit. Scale. So it fits our capsule collider a little bit better. Oh, maybe it just needs to be realigned. Like that. And then just move it down. Sorry, 1 second. Hold on, Lulu. Alright, hold on. I'll be right back.
Oh, sorry, you're streaming.
Okay, I'm back. I forgot to unmute the microphone. Alright, and I subtract that amount of time from the Unity training thing. We'll try and finish up the timer. I do have 85 minutes left for game dev stuff, so we'll keep doing that, and then I don't know, maybe we'll play a game. We'll see how I'm feeling after we're done. Because I'm already getting tired and there are other games that I want to play other than the ones that I've been streaming, so... Okay, so drag the player object into the prefabs folder and make it a prefab. Then, which we did. Then double-click on it to open the prefab editor. Drag the asset you want into the hierarchy to make it a nested prefab of the player, then scale and position it so that it is around the same size and location. Which I think we were kind of doing. Let's get rid of the mesh renderer. Oh, actually, no. I don't want to change the... Hold on. We just want to change that so that it comes down more. So then if we move him forward a little bit, there we go. So now he fits that a little bit better. The gun's gonna look a bit different, but see, but now if we play, now we've got our little dude. He just looks so goofy. Because he's not, like, animated or anything. What I forgot to do is start the timer. So that I can measure the work. Lulu, what are you doing? Do you need water? Alright, sorry about that. I had to let the dog out and give her some water. Okay. Drag the asset you want into the hierarchy to make it a nested prefabable player, then scale and position it so that it's around the same size and location. On the parent player object itself, either edit the collider to be the size of the new asset or replace it with a different type of collider. Testing to make sure it works, then uncheck the mesh renderer. Oh, yeah. Yep, we did that. Browse the asset store. Click to open the asset store. In the search bar, search for Cinti Studios or Low Poly, then browse some of the assets. In the pricing filter, check free assets to only view free options, or use the ratings filter to only see highly reviewed assets. Wait, so does Cinti Studios have... Yeah. Cinti Studios... Do they have free stuff? No, not... What? Free assets. They do have a bunch of stuff. They have a ton of free stuff. Free shirtless zombie. Oh no, that's not what I want. Cinti Studios. That's a Western pack. Low poly asset packs. What about free stuff? Price, free. Projectile Factory. Simple Sky. U-Modeler. Homebrew Foot IK? No. Unity Education. Oh, it's the Create with Code stuff. They have a Halloween pack? Oh, this is by Ruts Studios, and this is free. What do they have? Like gravestones and stuff. Pumpkins, skulls, low poly skulls. No. We want, like, zombies or something, or skeletons or something. What about fantasy? What is this? Fantasy tools pack? Oh, I see. It's like weapons and stuff. Okay. Low poly zombies. Free. Hugo the Bionic Gorilla. Okay. Zombie sample? It's got 5 stars out of 15 reviews. That is not low poly. Oh yeah, it is kind of. I would rather it be like blocky. Blocky zombies. Here we go. That's what I want. It costs money though. A toon series. It looks cool. Pretty much fits exactly with the art style of this guy. Let's just have a stand-in. The problem is we're gonna need to materials. Those are my materials. Hold on. Source materials. I guess we could download this PNG of his, like, this is his actual shader thing. It's probably not the smartest thing to do, but we could download it and take it into like Pixlr and repaint all of the skin textures to be like green and gross. Or we could just main color. Can we like just change it to like a gross muddy green? Or like a reddish green? Like a gross brown color? And then put it on the zombie prefab. Materials. Except now I just lost which material that was. Source file. Hold on. It was like this. I don't really want to mess with that. But we have our player at least. Let's just, until I am able to like figure out how to make I think if I stream tomorrow what we can do is spend a little bit of time messing around with one of these materials. And hopefully not, like, break it. But, if I can use one of those as a base, put it into Pixlr, repaint over top all of the, like, the skin, and just make it look like a zombie, and then re-import it as a PNG like that, maybe we can make it into a new material? The thing is I've never made a complex material like that. Like, I've never made what's the word? Like a texture mapping? Like a texture wrap? The, is it a texture map? Is that what I'm thinking of? I think that's what I'm thinking of, a texture map. I've never made one, so it would be a new experience, I guess. I'm not an artist, but if I have something that I can just paint over, then we'll be good. Okay, so for Zombie Fast, let's just make it the... Let's open this prefab in isolation. Not prefabs. Course library, characters, farm. Let's make it a simple farmer man. Oh dear God. Why? Why are you like this? You... I would like you... Oh, because it's stretched. Huh. Hold on a second. We're gonna remove that. Why? For whatever reason, the scale of this is just a 2. On the Y. Why is it doing that? If I save it as a prefab, shouldn't the prefab be 111? Wow, I was muted that whole time. Uh, Okay, well, the microphone's on now. What? Like... Since the last time I took a bite of food, so like 5 or 6 minutes? I don't know. No? So we'll have to, we'll probably have to add a look... Oh, it already has a look direction. What the fuck? Whoa, wait. Look direction, that's only moving toward me. Okay, well, we can revisit that. Hold on, let's go into the zombie action game Trello board just so that we can add something to it so that I don't forget. No, not new template. Let's do, zombies don't look at the player. Label bug programming. No. Zombies do not face the player when moving toward them. It is only coded to move toward the player. But not look in that direction. Need to change rotation to look toward player. So that's something to revisit. We don't need to do that right now because it's like, for the most part, the zombies move toward the player, which is the main functionality, but they don't look at the player. Okay. Prefab zombie fast should be that now. Alright, let's put in zombie slow. We're going to do the exact same thing. Open in isolation. Course library. Characters. Farm. Alright, the Kofi stream bot keeps posting that in there, but there's some more context there for the Kofi goal. Alright, let's do Farmer Man 2, Brown. And shrink him down so that he fits the size. Oh my god, that looks so goofy. Okay. let's have him matching that a little bit. And then shrink him down a little bit. Scale. Bring him down so that he fits into that. Alright, we can... We don't need that mesh renderer anymore. Or we don't need that mesh rendered, rather. And then let's edit the collider so that it fits his form a little bit better. That should be good. Bingo. And that should update it. So now both the slow zombies and the fast zombies should have a model that basically matches the player's size. They aren't zombies right now. I mean, they are going to be zombies, but right now they're just kind of not. But yeah. Okay. And then we need the tank. That's the big boy. Open asset in isolation. Let's throw in Simple Farmer Woman 2. Oh my god, she's super stretched out. Bring her height down. And then proportionally, she should match that. Yeah, okay. And then we just need to bring her overall size down a little bit just to match that. And then let's edit the collider. Boom. She seems fine, right? It's a lot bigger than I thought it should be, or thought it would be, though. I thought it was only going to be twice as the size. Oh, no, it is 4 times. Okay, well... No, it is twice the size, but it was already taller. I guess that looks about right. Hang on, are they animated right now? They are, they're playing their animations. I don't have a display 2, no cameras rendering. There is no display 2. Cool. So now we can delete this tank out of here. Boom. It looks a little rough. but each of them have some kind of stand-in model for the time being. Uh-oh. What's going on here? Are we actually smaller now? We are. Hold on, where's the... Oh, pick up rockets? Oh, that's still working. Okay. Alright. If you find an asset you want to include in your project, select Add to My Assets, which we did. In the package manager window, download and import, yada yada yada. Yep. Non-player primitives. Oh, we did do that. Hold on, let's pause the music. And let's watch this for what to do next.
So now we've imported even more assets that we can use. We've set up our player. Now we should set up all of the other placeholders that we have. So things like our walls here and some of our other prefabs. So now I'm going to go and replace and add in assets to use in place of these cubes and our power up. All right, cool. So I did a little bit of messing around with all the different prefabs, and I just kind of cleaned up my scene a lot more. So you can kind of see right off the bat, I removed those walls I had, and I changed them into these rocks. That way I have a good sense of where that wall was supposed to be. And then when I press play, we can move around. You'll see that I can run into the rock walls here. We have those little hearts that I can pick up. You can see all of the different animals and objects. We got these rocks that spawn. They tumble kind of down the scene here, kind of like they're going down a hill or something like that. I also kind of changed the rotations on some of the different animals. So now when I get bumped by like a moose or something like that, we don't just magically rotate. No, I'm stuck. So some small bugs that we'll iron out later. See if we can get this dough off. There you go. Cool. So definitely a lot of fixing we need to do. Some weird stuff definitely still happening. I think I need to change some of the spawn areas now because of those rocks, but we'll fix that in a bit. So what you're going to do is just clean up your scene a little bit. If you have any walls that you're using, you can replace those walls. And then I went in and replaced all of the different assets in each of my prefabs. So I added in some other prefabs that I had already had, like the animal doe. I have a moose. I have a fox. I changed one into a rock, that sphere I had. And the power up I changed to that cool little heart that I picked up from the asset store. So, go in, rearrange things in your scene, go replace all the different prefabs that you have for whatever you need.
Sweet. Okay. Repeat the process you used to replace the player prefab. We just did that. They're kind of stand-in assets because they are not zombies. Replace the background texture.
So we've cleaned up our scene a lot with all of these new assets from our course library, as well as ones that we downloaded from the asset store. Now we have one last thing to do, just to kind of make our game feel a little bit nicer. We have this white backdrop for our ground here, which doesn't really look really good, so I'm actually going to change that really quick. So in my project window, underneath assets, I'm actually going to go into the course library, select textures. I'm actually going to select this grass texture, and I can actually just click and drag straight onto my scene, and when I let go, it applies it onto that ground plane that I had.
Nice.
Now, there's some issues. I can probably make this a little bit more high resolution, and I can actually remove this huge shiny bit right here that doesn't really, looks kind of unnatural. So, actually, in the ground folder, there's also a materials folder. If I select the grass one, the grass material that was created, I can actually change the tiling. So if I want to have it a bit higher, that's a little bit too much actually. It's a lot of flowers. Let's make this like 5, 4. Play around with the tiling to make it look however you want it to. That looks pretty good. And then another thing that I'm going to do is I'm actually going to uncheck specular highlights and reflections, because grass is generally not reflective. So you can see that actually changes the
Oh,
way
I
that
see.
that texture looks just by unchecking those options. If you wanted to too, you could play around more. You could change how metallic an object looks if you were going for a shiny effect or something like that. I think that looks really cool. Looks really good for now. Game generally works, which I'm happy with. I can move around, dodge all of these obstacles coming down my way, try and avoid the running animals and rocks as they come down the scene. So overall, very satisfied. So what you're gonna do is go into your assets folder. You can select different textures. For example, if you're going for ground, or if you want to replace it with any backgrounds, different options that you can use, whatever fits for your game. So
We're
that
not gonna
way,
do any
it looks
backgrounds.
a little bit more natural and game-like. Now it's your turn.
We're gonna do basically what he did, because we don't really need anything crazy on the ground. I do want to make this plane bigger though. Like if we made it like 10 to 10 or 10 by 10, then we can move around and shoot stuff. Still. Well, maybe let's stretch it out a little bit more, like 15. Well, maybe 15 to 15. And then maybe we'll just make something abstract as like a wall. But this way there's always something, there's always some background. Even if we can't move through all of it. Okay. So plain, default material. So, no, not, I want course library materials. Ground. Oh, we need to actually make a material out of this. Okay. Is that does that material already exist?
Pizza time.
Whoa, Orla, thank you so much for the raid. Hi, everyone. Nathan MG, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. If you're new here, or for anyone who just came into the raid, be sure to click that link so that Twitch sees you as a viewer. How's game dev going? Pretty good. We're replacing a bunch of primitive assets right now to make it look a little bit prettier. Functionally, it's still a little bit messy, but it's working. For those who don't know me, my name is Big Slice Gaming. You can call me Big Slice, you can call me Slice, you can call me Corey. All of those are good. We're a variety, well, kind of a variety streamer. I haven't played a lot of games lately on stream. It's mostly been development stuff, but I'm a game developer. Currently between studio jobs just because industry layoffs are rampant. So I've been doing game development stuff on stream just to make sure that my, skills stay fresh and up to date and whatnot. But yeah, how's it going? Shit, how do I do this again? Shout out. Isn't there like a shout out command now? Yeah, shout out. I haven't done this in a while. There we go. Hey! Go follow Orla. Industry seems rough at the moment. Hopefully you can get something you love soon. Yeah, in the meantime, I've got, I just started a couple weeks ago as a table dealer for a casino that's opening up soon, around here. So that should be something, that should be pretty fun, in the meantime while I'm still doing whatever I can to make it back into the industry that I should be in. But how was your stream? What were you playing? Can't seem to get this to show what you were playing. Maybe that's something I can do in the background a little bit. But yeah, so we're working on a game. Playing some Danganronpa. I was hoping to finish tonight, but I'm too tired. I get ya. I totally get you. That's a long game though, isn't it? We were actually just working on making a new material. There one isn't. Yeah, it's pretty long. I watched Game Grumps play the first one. And I never finished watching them play the second one. Which one were you playing? The first one? I thought there was already a material that was made. Ground, that's a texture. I need a material. Alright, let's make a first playthrough, completely blind. So, oh, it's a not... So did you, like, know what it was before going into it? Oh, was she whining?
She was laying there.
Oh.
Come in the office.
What's up?
The door's creaky.
Just from the game trailer, that's all you knew? I didn't really know anything about it except my old roommate basically told me that if I liked the Ace Attorney games, that I should give Danganronpa a try. But then I never really did, and then Game Grumps were playing it. So I watched that series, and then I understood, oh, I can kind of get why you would say that. It kind of has that sort of same vibe. A little bit more chaotic. And definitely is more of like a Japanese style game. Where it's very, very minigame heavy. Where like everything you do is like an abstract minigame. Where the hell is this material? Grass? Oh, there isn't a grass material, just the texture. But yeah, thank you again so much for the raid. If you have to raid and run, I totally understand. I know it's pretty late where you're at. Because it's 6 p.m. here, and it's what, almost midnight there, probably? Because you're in Ireland, right? Ireland is like 6 hours ahead of me, I think. So if you have to raid and run and go to sleep, I totally understand. Okay, we're gonna make a new yeah, it's just after midnight, so I will head to bed. Have a great stream. I'll catch you another time. Hell yeah, I appreciate the raid. I hope you get some good sleep. Create material. There we go. Okay. Oh, no, not in the course library. Hold on. Delete that. But yeah, thank you again so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I appreciate everyone popping in and saying hi. If all of you are gonna raid and run, I totally appreciate you guys popping in to say hi. I totally understand if everyone's kind of streamed out. But for anyone that sticks around and just kind of looks and hang out, I really, really appreciate it. My materials. I want this one. Create material, ground. And then we need the grass material. Albedo. Reflections off. Specular highlights off. We don't need any of that. And then we can add it to this. The tiling, we look tiny now because of that. Let's increase the tiling a little bit. Let's set it to like 5 and 5. How about 7? Yeah, that looks about right. the fuck is going on with this? Okay, they're not floating around, are they? No, they're all on the ground now, except for me for some reason. Okay, let's open that up in... That is a prefab, right? Yeah. Let's open it in isolation. So we can fix this a little bit. There we go. That should be better. Now I'll actually be on the ground. Hell yeah. That works much better. Why is that being highlighted though? What? Oh, no, I don't need that. Or no, yes, I do want that. Why is that being drawn in play mode? Is that a gizmo thing? Directional light. Okay. Well, we did it. We got the basics out of the way at least. Lab recap.
So we've made it to the end of this lesson. We added in some nice polish to our game. So we added in some of these assets to make everything look a bit nicer, like this ground texture. We have our model for our character. We have all of these rocks replaced instead of that wall we had. If we play our game, you can see our deer running around, bumping into things. We can pick up all of these hearts that are in the scene. We have these rocks tumbling down, all of these animals racing. So we learned about some new concepts and skills that we can use. We learned a little bit about different assets that we can use, how we can use them, the importance of things like high poly versus low poly assets and models. We even added some assets from the asset store just to help add to our game. We made some changes to our prefabs, like our enemies, and so we nested some prefabs underneath the original enemy prefab that we had. And then we also learned a little bit about materials on each of our different textures, like our grass, where we don't want our grass to have reflections on it. So we removed that from our game. With that, now you're gonna go clean up your game, polish it, and make it look as cool as possible. Fix all the different bugs for any of your movement or your interactions with different objects in your game. Replace your different blocks, add some more things to the environment, maybe make some more enemies or obstacles in your way. So that way, by the end, you'll have an amazing project to show off. We'll see you soon.
Hell yeah. So that's all the stuff that we learned from this. Clear instructions. Submit feedback. Yay. Alright. We didn't make any code changes, but we did make a lot of changes in here that I haven't been saving. I guess we'll just continue to the next item. Quiz 5. And after that, we've got Introduction to User Feedback and Testing. Excuse me. Alright, let's do this quiz. Which of the following follows Unity naming conventions, especially as they relate to capitalization? Line 1. If there is a boolean in script A that you want to access in script B, which of the following are true? You need to reference the script A in script B. That might be correct. The boolean needs to be public instead of private. There's a boolean in script A. Yeah, it needs to be public. The boolean does not need to be true. The boolean must be included in the update method. That is also not true. So it's probably 1 and 2. The boolean needs to be public instead of private. You need a reference to script A in script B. I think you do. So it's 1 and 2. Which code to fill in the blank will result in the object being destroyed? String name player bool is dead. If player is dead, if name is player and is dead. Whoa, hold on. Name equals player. What? So string player bool is dead. Float health equals 3. I don't really know what it's asking. If name equals player and is dead and health is less than 5. Oh, I see what it's saying. It's probably this. I'm not super confident about that one, though. You run your game and get the following error message in the console. Null reference exception, object reference not set to an instance of an object. Given the image and code below, what would resolve the problem? Object find game manager. Ah, I see. In the hierarchy, rename game manager. Wait. On line 1, rename game manager as game manager with the space in it, because it needs to be exact. Read the Unity documentation below about the on mouse drag event. Okay. On mouse drag is called. What will the value of the counter variable be if the user clicked and held down the mouse over an object with a collider for 10 seconds? And is still holding down the mouse. On mouse drag is called every frame while the mouse is down. On mouse drag is called when the user has clicked on a GUI element or collider and is still holding down the mouse. On mouse drag is called every frame while the mouse is down. What will the value of the counter variable be if the user clicked and held down the mouse over an object with a collider for 10 seconds? It would be 100. Because it's checking if counter is less than 100. If you're holding it down for 10 seconds and it's being called an update, it's called every frame. So after 100 frames, it's just going to stop. It's going to be 100. Based on the code below, what will be displayed in the console when the button is clicked? It's going to say, welcome first name Smith. Wait, what will based on the code below, what will be displayed in the console when the button is clicked? Button equals get component button, button.on click add listener, display welcome message, debug.log welcome plus first name plus Smith. It's going to say welcome first name Smith because he's not calling the first name variable, he's just writing first name. You have declared... These questions are kind of hard. You have declared a new button variable as private button start. Private button start. But there's an error. There's an error under the word button that says error CS0246. The type or namespace name button could not be found. Are you missing a using directive or an assembly reference? What is likely causing that error? It's missing the Unity Engine.ui namespace. Look at the documentation and code below. Which of the following lines would not produce an error? Public void add force at position, vector 3 force, vector 3 position, force mode equals force mode dot force. Whoa, okay. Which of the following lines would not produce an error? Oh man, okay. I need to think about this one. Applies force at position. As a result, this will apply to a torque. This will apply a torque and a force on the object. Add force at position. Vector 3 position. Force mode equals force mode dot force. Force vector in world coordinates. Position in world coordinates. Float start position. No, vector 3 start position. Float start speed. I don't know. Add force at position 50 0 force mode impulse. Add force at position. You've got the force. Well, you've got explosion, new vector 3. That would get an error. That would get an error. 7 would get an error. It's either 5 or 6. Because start position is also a vector 3. I'm going to say 6. I'm not super confident about that one though. If you wanted a button to display the message hello when a button was clicked, what code would you use to fill in the blank? Send message. Yeah, it would just be send message because you're just adding a listener. Yeah. Finally, question 10. Which of the following is correct? Is the correct way to declare a new list of game objects named enemies? Public list. It'd be number 4. It'd be line 4. Because this would be calling an array. I got 7 out of 10. Which ones did I get wrong? See, that's what I was thinking. Because it has to be a Boolean. By default, Booleans are false unless declared as true, and adding an exclamation mark before is dead checks that it's false, since health equals 3. Checking health less than 5 is true. What? That's what I said. On line 1, rename game manager. That's what I said. Oh. Not line 1. I see what I did wrong. My thought process was right. I was looking at the wrong line, though. This is the one that I was lost on. The first 2 required parameters are vector3 variables. Only option D uses vector3 variables for those parameters. Oh, what? Oh, because 100 isn't a vector 3, it's just an int. Okay. Yay! We did it. Clear instructions. Submit feedback. Continue. Continue. Introduction to user feedback and testing. In this tutorial, you'll explore the purpose of user feedback, how user testing can be integrated into your design and development process, tips for running feedback sessions, and getting actionable feedback from your target users. Alright, well, I don't need to do all that on stream. What is that, 74 minutes? So minus 70, minus 4. That's only 11 minutes left. I can do this on my own time. And then I think I'm just going to wrap up stream. And play some games on my own. But Orla, thank you so much. Thank you again so much for the raid, and for everyone that's hung out at this point. So a couple things before I wrap up. If you would like to join my Discord, you can find it right here. If you would like to support me in any way, shape, or form, whether free or otherwise, you can do so here. And I also have a Kofi goal set up to help me rebuild my savings. You do not have to donate to any of those. Any of the free options for support is should suffice in any in any capacity. I appreciate it. Okay, we're gonna look for someone to raid. We're gonna see who is alive. I don't know when my next stream is gonna be, but I think next stream maybe we won't do as much game dev stuff. Maybe we'll play a game. I have a handful of games that I really want to play, so maybe we'll look into one. Okay. We're going to send a raid over to VIPG. Because they're going to be playing Fortnite pretty soon here.
Get along and stop being toxic.
We don't have to get along.
Well, I mean, okay.
And if y'all want to be toxic, cool, but like, fuck out of, like, I'm not.
Alright, thank you guys so much for watching. Like I said, I'm not sure when the next stream is going to be. Maybe we'll try for tomorrow. We'll see. And we'll actually play a game instead of working on one. Or we'll probably work on one as well. But I think we need to do some planning before we continue working on some stuff. So yeah. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'll be sure to let you guys know when the next stream is. Like I said, if we do it tomorrow, maybe we'll... I don't know. We'll figure out when the next stream is and what we're doing. You'll see a post from me on social media. So, thank you guys so much for watching. Hopefully I'll see you all next time, and I hope you all have a good night. We're going to go say hi to VIPG. And hang out there for a little bit. Alright, have a good night, everybody.
That's another of his kinks. He likes
There's
to
nothing wrong with. Do you?
fucking boy, okay?
They call me Cuban Pete. I'm the king of the rumba beat. When I play the maracas, I go chick chicky boom, chick chicky boom.
Thanks for the great Big Slice for podcast right now.
What games you enjoy
I appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much. We're gonna do this